Okay, welcome back, comrades. My name is Ben Glinietsky from the British section of the Revolutionary Communist International. And we have a very exciting plenary session now. We're discussing, for us, dialectics unlocks an understanding of history, of society, of nature, of human consciousness, and of course of revolution. And so this session is going to raise our sights to the stars, and it will penetrate the depths of all of the phenomena we see in society today. The session will last for 2 hours, and then we will have a break, and then we will return for the financial collection. So we are very lucky to have Alan Woods introducing this topic for us now. Alan.
Can you hear me? What the hell is happening? Can you hear me now? No. Right, end of session. By Christ. Is it on? It's on. Well, that's no good, is it? Can you hear me now? Oh, for Christ's sake. Help! Wait, be careful of the lamp. Be careful of the lamp. Now try again. Right. Can you hear me now? No, don't sound too. Is that a yes? Shall we start? Okay. Right, end of session again. I have a question for you. Hands up, all of you that so in the past. Oh, and they are not ashamed to admit it. My word, my word, my word. Well, I'll tell you, folks, I am so sorry for you. My heart bleeds for you. You know, I know it happens. I've been there myself many years ago. You know, you go to university all bright-eyed and full of hope that you're going to learn great things and learn great ideas. And you're in for one hell of a disappointment. But cheer up, I've got some good news for you. If you study real philosophy, that is a wonderful experience. It is such a wonderful experience, it will change your life actually. And I wrote a book which some of you might have read, History of Philosophy. And it's as if you're being introduced to geniuses, great geniuses, giants of human thought, heroes of civilization. And now, in all the universities, you're no longer in the company of heroes and giants. You are trapped forever in an endless, barren, dusty, dry desert. Inhabited by dwarfs and pygmies. That's All disrespect to dwarfs and pygmies, I've got nothing against them. I'm referring to mental dwarfs and pygmies. Now, the subject that's been given to me to speak on, it's an interesting title. Dialectics, the algebra of revolution. That phrase actually was not a phrase by Marx or Engels. It was actually a phrase used by the great Russian revolutionary democrat, Alexander Herzen. And that was before Marx and Engels wrote their works on philosophy. It refers to Hegel's dialectic, which itself is a magnificent, glorious edifice of thought, staggering in its profundity and its scope. But there's a problem. Hegel was an idealist. And here the dialectic appears in a kind of semi-mystified form. I'll say a little bit about Hegel's work later on. But you see, if you take the trouble to study Hegel, as I have done for many decades, actually since I was 16 years of age, I met a guy, an old chap from the Communist Party in Swansea. His name was Sam Knight. He was retired at the time. Sam Knight, his name was. And he used to ask me to come to his house every Friday night. I'd rush from school, 16 years of age. And he'd sit me down and we'd discuss and read The Phenomenology of Mind by Hegel. You know, I fell in love with Hegel at that time. And this love has stayed with me all my life. By the way, I'm not the only one. There's a letter one time written by Engels, when Engels was an old man. He mentions Hegel, and he said, "How I love the old guy. How I love the old guy." And anyone that knows Hegel knows what that means. And yet in Hegel, the dialectic does appear in a strange and mystified form. If you persevere to read, for example, The Phenomenology of Mind, it's a big, thick book. Perhaps you won't want to read all of it. Okay. I might suggest that you read just the preface, just the introduction. That alone is over 100 pages. And it's full of the most brilliant insights, the most profound insights you could think of. You know, like when he compares the dialectical process to the phases of the growth of a plant. Like a rose. I'm speaking from memory. The bud disappears when the flower breaks through, and might therefore be considered to be a negative expression, an unreal expression of the life of the plant. But the life of the plant precisely consists of one stage after another which negates and preserves at the same time. Think about it. And he says the life of the plant is this process of constant growth and change, in which one particular stage or phase is negated, it's cancelled, it's destroyed, but at the same time is preserved and carried to a higher stage. That paragraph has stuck in my mind ever since I read it. When I was 16 years of age, I read that. But of course, this is distorted dialectic, and therefore, Herzen's expression, the algebra of revolution, is very appropriate. In algebra, as you know, there are unknown quantities. In algebra, there are unknown quantities indicated by letters A, X, Y, Z, which must be gradually filled in to complete the equation. That is true of Hegel's dialectic. It's like an algebraic formula in which many quantities need to be filled in to get the complete picture. And the complete picture, my friends, is revolution with a capital R. In this book alone, the Phenomenology of Mind alone, which Hegel described as my voyage of discovery. It feels like it, when you read it, it feels like a voyage, a man whose mind is gradually expanding into higher stages. And if you read it from a materialist point of view, which is what you must do, you can see there all of human history is reflected in that book. Roman history, the Renaissance, the French Revolution, Luther and the Reformation. It's all there in a most peculiar way. But let's part company with Hegel for a moment and pass on. Now, the first question that one has to ask is, why do we have to study philosophy? I'll go further. Why do we need theory at all? Surely, if we are materialists, practice is higher than theory. Practice is the thing. No, don't have to spend much time talking about general ideas. What's that got to do with practice? Well, you might ask, for example, does a worker need to study Marxist theory to lead a strike in a factory? Do you need to study theory to put your socks on when you get out of bed in the morning or brush your teeth? No, of course not. There are a whole series of normal human activities that do not require any such thing. But if we are genuine communists, genuine Marxists, are not miserable, sloganizing idiots, look, what do we want to do with our lives? What are we doing here in this hall today? We wish to change the world. That's a big task, It's not a small task. It's with many complexities. And a task as vast and complex as that requires a rather more serious study than putting your socks on in the morning or even leading a strike. In order to change the world, my friends, in order to change this society, you first have to understand it. Otherwise, you'll never change it. And yet, some people think no. Some people think no. You don't need to Not any theory. You know, Marx was a very patient man. Very rare and nice. He was a nice person, actually. Very rarely lost his temper. I only know of one occasion that I know of. There might have been others. There's only one I know of. And it's related by another Russian revolutionary democrat. Marx and Engels were in touch with the revolutionary democrats, the Russians. A man called Annenkov. Annenkov relates in his memoirs that when Marx was a young man, he was like you people, he was a young person. And he was a member of a small little group called the Communist League, I think it was called, which was led by a German man called Weitling. You might have heard of Weitling. Weitling, yes. Weitling was a utopian socialist, actually. And he was actually a worker, an artisan, I think. I'm not quite sure what he did. But Marx and Engels joined his group, his small group of workers. And for the first time, they tried to give it a more conscious expression, to raise the level, to create cadres, if you like. And Whiting wasn't very pleased about that, because he didn't have any theory. And he felt rather upset about it, because he was the leader, you know. He was the leader. Who are these guys coming stepping on my toes, you know? So, in this conversation with Marx, Weitling tried a little bit of emotional blackmail. I've seen this thing so many times. You know, these intellectuals from university, young kids telling us workers what to do. We're workers, we don't need this. We're practical people, you know. Marx lost his temper. He banged the table. Much harder than that, by the way. Annenkov jumped. And he shouted the following words at Weitling. Ignorance never helped anybody. Remember those words, my friends. Ignorance never helped anybody. So when these clever dicks come along, these workers, the working class this, the working class that. Most of them are lousy petty bourgeois, by the way. Remember that incident with Weitling. And remember Marx's words. Ignorance never helped anybody in this life. But you see, Hegel had something to say about this. And this is from his shorter logic. I'll have a few words to say about Hegel's logic, the science of logic, later on. But he wrote, the science of logic is quite a difficult work, as I'll explain. It's in 2 volumes, a big thick book. But he also wrote a shorter logic. It's sometimes called the shorter logic. It's the first part of a trilogy called the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences, actually. Yeah. And it's a wonderful work. I am convinced that when Engels wrote the Dialectics of Nature, he drew very heavily on Hegel's shorter logic. And it's not of Hegel is an easy read, but it is somehow more concrete and more accessible than the big logic. I'll say that. So you might have, I quote, everybody knows that to make a shoe, you must have learnt and practiced the craft of the shoemaker. Although every man has a model in his own foot and possesses his hands, the natural endowments for the operations required. He says, for philosophy alone, it seems to be imagined such study, care, and application are not in the least requisite. What did he mean? Well, let me put an example to you. You see, this idea, and I'm very, very sorry to say, I have heard this idea expressed by our own comrades who ought to know better. I have heard it, oh no, well, theory, no, practice, not theory, practice. Okay. This stupid idea is contradicted by our everyday experience of life itself. Example, I go to the dentist. I sit down in a comfortable chair. Man comes in with a white apron, puts on some soothing music to soothe my jangling nerves. He says, good morning. Let me introduce myself. I haven't seen you before. I have to tell you, I have never studied dentistry. I really know very little, if anything, on the subject. But I'm willing to have a go. Open up. I think I would make a quick dash for the door. Right. Or just imagine in your house, your central heating is giving trouble, the radiators are not working, you know. Doorbell rings. In comes a man in a blue overall, carrying a heavy bag of tools. He opens the bag, pulls out a big hammer. He says, well, I've never actually studied plumbing, but let's solve it through practice. Where's your central heating? With this waving his hammer. I think I'd show him the exit very rapidly. I think I've said enough. To show the complete damn stupidity of the idea that you don't need theory. By God, you do. And why should Marxism be any different? Oh, but it seems it is, you know. What Hegel said. He used the word philosophy. We can put the word Marxism instead. What do I mean? Well, I've seen this for many years. You know. All kinds of people. University professors with letters after their name, you know. Doctors of philosophy. Write big books about Marxism. How bad it is, how wrong it is. When you read these works, you immediately understand that these authors have not read a single word of Marx. Or if they haven't understood a single word. It amounts to the same thing. And that's bad enough. That's bad enough. But even worse than that, I've met many so-called Marxists who are equally show me that they're ignorant of Marxism in general and Marxist philosophy in particular. You know, some people imagine that if you learn a couple of quotes from Marx and Lenin and Trotsky, and you apply them to any given circumstance that suits you. You don't have to study facts or anything like that. And they think that that's dialectics. That's not dialectics. And that method has got absolutely nothing to do with Marxism. Or rather, you could say it's a kind of dialectic, but it's the dialectic of sophistry, of sophism. You know, the sophistry will produce a series of clever arguments to justify anything you like. Anything you like, they'll justify. Now, look, we are often told by our enemies, you need to base yourself on the facts. And they think that that's clever. They think that disposes of Marxism. It does not. Marxism does not neglect the facts at all. By the way, the kind of mental laziness which immediately jumps to a conclusion, an idea conceived in advance, never mind about the facts, never mind about the facts. Ignore the facts. Our preconceived idea is this. That has nothing in common with Marxism. And it is actually an extreme form of mental laziness. Do Marxists ignore the facts? Read the first volume of Marx's Capital, or any of the volumes. You find a mass of facts and figures, a mass. Marx actually says in one of the introductions, I can't remember which one it was. He says, and I'm quoting from memory, but I'm sure it's correct. He says, I omit a general introduction. That's to say, kind of introduction which tells you in advance what he's going to say. Like the PhD students in university, you know, they do a big thick thesis. Before that, they show you a little introduction which tells you exactly what they're going to say. Okay, Marx says, I leave aside, I've dropped the idea of a general introduction because it seems objectionable to me to prejudge the results in advance. You must study things carefully. That's the scientific attitude. Accumulate all the necessary facts and figures, and you draw conclusions from those facts. Yeah, but of course, that's not sufficient to say that. There are very definite limits to what is known as empiricism, the empirical method. By the way, it isn't just Capital that uses a load of facts. The same is true of Lenin's imperialism and Trotsky's revolution betrayed. The revolution betrayed by Trotsky, okay, and many others. Yeah, but the facts in and of themselves are completely insufficient to gain an understanding. You need something more than facts. But you first of all accumulate as much facts as you can. But you see, first of all, and these universities, the enemies of Marxism, these academics, they produce books full of facts. Facts which prove this, and facts which prove that, allegedly, supposedly. Okay? What they don't say is the facts do not select themselves. The same facts can actually prove different things. It's only when you establish a connection between all the facts, you reveal the internal interrelationships, dynamic relationships. You then see you're no longer looking at a mass of facts, like a sack of potatoes, but a process and a law. A law emerges. From the facts you proceed to the law. That's the essence of the dialectical method. And therefore, I've got a saboteur under the table here. What are you doing? Oh well. One assumes he knows what he's doing. From not isolated facts but processes, you generalize from the facts. And if you do that correctly, you should be able to make predictions. Now, not necessarily precise predictions, but more or less, you should be able to make predictions. I'll come back to predictions in a minute. Now, where am I? I'm getting lost here, aren't I? Yes. Okay, dealt with that. Yes. By the way, no, that's a separate discussion now. You can make certain predictions. Now, the question is, it's often put to us, you say Marxism is a science. Is Marxism a science? I answer, yes. Oh, yes. Marxism is definitely a science. It's scientific socialism. But you see, there are sciences and sciences. Some sciences are regarded as exact sciences. I suppose mathematics might be included, I don't know. Or astronomy, for example. Others are less exact. Some are not exact at all, or not hardly exact. But an astronomer, for example, can, through his observations, can make a prediction as to the position of a particular object in space, a distant galaxy, for example, 10 million years from today, or more, a billion years. And that prediction will be exact. Well, Marxism is not that kind of a science. But it's not the only science. Let's take, for example, geology. That's considered it is a science. But you can never predict exactly when an earthquake is going to take place. You can predict that it will take place at a certain point in the Earth's surface. But they can't predict when it will happen. And how can you conduct experiments in relation to earthquakes? In a laboratory, so a bit difficult, I would have thought. Or take, for example, medicine. Is medicine a science? Well, it is. But again, it's not a precise science. For example, you go to the doctor and you explain certain symptoms. The doctor, I'm assuming, is a competent doctor. I know that's a lot to hope for nowadays, but okay. But the doctor then will examine all the available symptoms. One. You will compare that to his knowledge, his general knowledge he's accumulated in the past. And on the basis of that information, he can make a prediction. He can make a diagnosis. If there's stomach ache, for example, and you go to the doctor, it might be colic, it might be an ulcer, It also might be cancer. He doesn't know exactly. But on the basis of probability, he will make a prediction. And he can be wrong. Disastrously wrong. But the fact that one makes an erroneous diagnosis, the fact that you make a wrong diagnosis, does not mean that medicine is not a science, or that the methods which this man has adopted are incorrect. It doesn't mean any such thing. Let's take the predictions that we make, for example, in perspectives documents. A perspective document is not just a mass of statistics. Some communists seem to think that it is, or ought to be. Some communists love graphics and graphs and charts, long charts of figures. Maybe. They tend to give me a headache, but there we are. That might have a role to play. But a mass of facts, undigested facts, is not an analysis. And some communists, I regret, they imagine that it is. They fill their articles with a lot of statistics and so, without any real understanding what these statistics actually mean. And what was I going to say? In relation to the facts, yes. Hegel, I've got a quote here from Hegel, which I must try to find with your permission. Yes, we proceed, as I say, from the facts to the law. From the particular to the general. That's the dialectical method. And let's have a look where I am, this damn quote from Hegel. I must find it's a marvelous quote. Oh, yeah, here's a quote. As Engels pointed out when Engels referred to Hegel, he said, Hegel, unlike his followers, did not rely on ignorance, but was one of the most erudited thinkers of our time. Now, where the hell are we? He also said, by the way, it's a good one, he said, when I say all animals, that's not yet zoology. Zoology is much more complicated than that. Here we are at last. This is a wonderful quote from the introduction. Hegel's introductions are all well worth reading. All of them. Here's a very good one. Very good. The introduction to the philosophy of history. Well worth reading. And he says here, it is in fact the wish for a rational insight not the ambition to amass a mere heap of acquirements, facts, that should be presupposed in every case as possessing the mind of the learner in the study of science. What a wonderful phrase. The wish for a rational insight, that's the point. Not just a jumble of facts. What do they mean? What processes are being revealed? Very important to bear that in mind. From the particular to the general. Here's a quote, a marvelous quote from a marvelous book by Trotsky, which I take it that you've all read. His autobiography, My Life. And he's referring to himself as a young man. He says the following. Beyond the facts, I looked for laws. Naturally, this led me more than once to hasty and incorrect generalizations, especially in my younger years, when my knowledge, book acquired, and my experience in life were still inadequate. And here's the point. But in every sphere, barring none, I felt, this is wonderful, I felt that I could only move and act when I held in my hand the thread of the general. Trotsky's words, you need to think about that. That's precisely the relation between theory and practice. He said, in every case without exception, I only felt that I could move and act in practice when I felt in my hand the thread of the general. That also is essential to dialectics. From the particular to the general, and then back from the general to the particular. That's the essence of dialectic, the dialectical method, as a matter of fact. Now then, is Marxism a science? I've dealt with that more or less. So we've established here that the Marxist method is not a series of undigested facts, but the establishment of processes and laws. We must study things not as they are. You see, we're constantly told this by our enemies, by the stupid bourgeois and the stupid reformists. No. How often have you heard this in the past period? For years and years. We talk about revolution. They look at us as if we're from the men from the planet Zog. Yeah. They scratch their heads. What do you mean revolution? What do you mean revolution in Britain? What do you mean revolution in the United States? Are you people utterly mad? Look at the facts. Look at the reality. Open your eyes. Well, we did look at the facts. And we looked at them rather more carefully than our enemies. But you see, we must study things not just as they are, but as they were, as they are, and hopefully as they necessarily will become. And that is precisely what the method of dialectics teaches us to do. Now, as I've said, of course, you could say that it is much more complicated to make predictions about society and people than maybe certain aspects of nature. The movement of insects, birds, and so on. Also quite complicated, by the way. But the argument comes back to us, especially from the postmodernist imbeciles. How? There can't be any law. There's no law. They say this. There's no laws in nature. There's no laws in society. People are too complicated. You don't know what I'm going to do, though. You lot don't know what I'm going to do next. I might decide I've had enough. I'll leave the platform and go and get drunk. Why not? Go down the beach. I could do. Don't laugh. I could do if you push me too far. You don't know. You don't know who knows what crazy thing an individual is going to do. That's true. But as Engels pointed out, he said, look, insurance companies can never predict how long people are going to live. An individual person, they can't predict it. They can't predict it. But in the aggregate, a very large number of people, clients they've got, they make very precise predictions, and that's how they can make a profit. It's the same thing. Like you can't predict the position and momentum of an individual molecule of gas. You can't do it. They can't do it. A single one, you can't predict it. But a mass, a huge amount of gas, yes. You can predict its behavior very, very precisely. And even this nonsense of Heisenberg, you know. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. All of that proves to me the so-called indeterminacy principle. That shows to me the very fluid and unpredictable nature of subatomic particles which are constantly moving at very, very, very fast speeds, that's all. And it's what Heisenberg said is true. It is impossible to predict with the necessary degree of accuracy the position and momentum of an individual subatomic particle, an electron, for example. That's true. But quantum mechanics, which he's supposed to have invented, makes very precise predictions. When you're dealing with a huge number of these particles. By the way, that's known in dialectics as quantity and quality, which Hegel developed that idea. He didn't invent it. You find it in Aristotle's metaphysics, actually. Quantity and quality, but Hegel elaborated it to a very high degree. Of course, it's true, human behavior is complicated. Human behavior is complicated. And there are many elements in our perspectives which are variable. And you can't always predict those elements. Some variables are fairly predictable. Others are not predictable at all. You know. And therefore you can make mistakes as a result of that. Accidents play a role, an important role, in history and in nature at all levels. But as Hegel pointed out, necessity expresses itself through accidents, which is a wonderful dialectical law. But perspectives can be falsified. And you must not make a fetish out of any perspective. Any perspective can be falsified. Even by the greatest genius, like Trotsky himself. In 1938, Trotsky worked out a perspective based on the facts as he saw them at that particular time. He attempted to predict how things would develop. During the war, which was inevitable. But you see, the fact of the matter is, listen to what I'm going to say, Trotsky's perspective of 1938 was completely falsified by history. It was wrong. For example, he thought the Soviet Union would be defeated in the war. It wasn't defeated. So Trotsky made a mistake. He wasn't the only one. Even the greatest genius could never have predicted the peculiar development of the Second World War. It's impossible. Stalin made a catastrophic mistake, which nearly led to the destruction of the Soviet Union when he signed a pact with Hitler, thinking that that would protect him against a German attack in 1941. With the result, when the German forces attacked, millions of Soviet soldiers were killed and taken prisoner. Millions. And Hitler's forces advanced right to the gates of Moscow. Where's the government standing? Tell me to sit down. You know, it's amazing. That was a bad mistake. An even bigger mistake was made by Hitler himself, who thought that he would easily defeat the Soviet Union. Instead of that, he was defeated, thanks to the nationalized planned economy. And the fact that the majority of the Soviet workers remained loyal to the revolution. I see, now these days they're celebrating the Normandy landings and so on. They make a big fuss about the role of the British and the Americans and so on. I note, by the way, that the Russians were not invited to this celebration. I wonder why. Yeah, that's a scandal, actually, if you think about it. It's criminal. Because the truth of the matter is, for most of the Second World War, the British and Americans were mere spectators. And Hitler was defeated not by the British or by the Americans, but by the Soviet Union and the Red Army, which tore the guts out of Hitler's forces. In Stalingrad and then the Battle of Kursk. The Normandy business was a little stroll in the park compared to that. But this changed everything. And Trotsky couldn't change his perspective because he was dead, for goodness sake. If you're dead, it's difficult to change your perspective. You know, it's a complicated thing to do. Churchill's perspectives were wrong. Roosevelt's perspectives were wrong. So Trotsky was in good company. But you see, even the best perspectives can be falsified. Trotsky made a mistake, yes. But it was a mistake. It was not a mistake of method. The method was correct, absolutely correct. It was a mistake of fact, certain facts which he couldn't have predicted. And we leave that to one side. And now we come to the important bit. How does this discussion affect the question of consciousness? And here we come to the two great schools of philosophy, which Comrade Hamid dealt with in his very admirable lead-off the other day. And right through the centuries, there have been two major schools of philosophy: idealism and materialism. There have been others which are, how shall I say, in the middle, but leave those. These are the two main schools. For the idealists, like Hegel, ideas, or the idea, are the main propelling force of human history. Ideas determine, whereas the materialists say no, the ideas are merely a reflection of material reality. And matter is primacy. Matter is primacy. Human consciousness, far from being a progressive force which is propelling history forward, it's the opposite, actually. Human consciousness, by its very nature, is profoundly conservative. You must get your head around that idea. That's a major reason why, up until now, the revolutionary communist tendency, if you like, has been unable to convince the masses, whose minds were affected by objective conditions that were favorable to capitalism and unfavorable to any idea of revolutionary change. And you must understand, the great majority of men and women do not like change. They're afraid of change. Change is dangerous. You know, and this is deeply seated in the human psyche. It's actually a kind of defense mechanism which comes from the prehistoric times, from the cavemen. Terrified of everything, of thunder and lightning and any unusual thing. Made people afraid. So, the natural defense mechanism is to avoid all question of change. Keep things as they are, keep things quiet. All I want is a quiet life. That's all. And it takes great changes, great explosions, for this profound innate conservatism to be shaken, and for people to begin, men and women to begin to question ideas which they never questioned before. They accepted unquestionably. That is precisely what's taking place now. For the first time in all countries, men and women are asking, well, is this right? Can we really trust our leaders? Can we believe what's in the press and in the television? Are they not telling us lies? Because what they say doesn't square with what we see. And these politicians, they don't represent us. You'll see that in the British elections. Rob showed me some very interesting statistics. Showing the profound sense of alienation of millions of people in Britain from the present elections. They don't want to know. They don't trust. Don't trust the politicians, none of them. Don't trust the police, don't trust the judges. Don't believe anything. But see, this is the beginnings of a revolutionary change. It's what Trotsky described in a brilliant phrase. The molecular process of socialist revolution. And that's not reflected in the facts on the surface. It's deep beneath the surface, silently burrowing away. Yeah. Can't see it, can't touch it, can't smell it, But it's there all the time. Marx was very fond of using an analogy with a little furry animal. I once caught one. I don't know how I did it. I once caught one in the garden. A mole. A mole. A blind little, very fast, but very difficult to catch. You better. Burrowing away under the surface. You don't see this little creature, you see the hills that it makes. And when it suddenly burst forth in a revolution, as in 1848, Marx shouted, "Well dug, old mole, well dug." He could see it. That's our advantage over these miserable empirics who can't see further than their own nose. Let's have the facts, let's have the facts, let's have the facts. As Heraclitus said, I think I quoted it the other day, I'll quote it anyway. Repetition is the mother of learning. What a wonderful genius Heraclitus was. I've got his collected works in my library. It's about 30 pages. Yeah, fragments. But what profundity, what profundity. He says, eyes and ears are bad witnesses for men with barbarian souls. As I said, the word barbarian means someone who doesn't understand the Greek language. In other words, it's pointless looking at all these facts when you cannot understand what these facts actually mean. You don't understand the language. We do understand the language. That's the difference. Now, where are we? I must be careful here. I must be careful. Of course, we know that things like tradition, habit, routine, religion, they play an enormous role. It weighs on people's consciousness. It's like a thick crust which stops this revolutionary ferment from developing. Yes, but of course at a certain point, the tension becomes unbearable. And all these traditions and habits are burst apart. And you get the sudden emergence of the masses onto the stage of history. And dialectics also teaches us something else. Sooner or later, everything changes into its opposite. Strange idea. Perfectly true. Including consciousness. You know, I don't know if I mentioned this the other day. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. The Bible actually says, to quote, you thought I'd forgotten about the Bible, didn't you? You don't escape so easily. For the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. That's a dialectical expression. But you see that in every strike. In every strike. You ask any worker, there may be some in the meeting here today, I don't know. Anyone that's been through a strike. And you get tremendous surprises. Because men and women that you never thought would be radical or revolutionary or would play an active role in the strike, They suddenly change. And they become the most active fighters, the most enthusiastic, the first on the picket line, the boldest in clashing with the police, men and women, especially women, especially women. Why? You know, a strike actually is like a revolution in miniature. Oh yes. All the processes you can see in a revolution, you can see in a strike. To put it differently, a revolution is like a strike on a vast scale. On a far higher level, it's true. But in a strike, you see, men and women used to a life of drudgery, monotony, routine, senseless repetition, always obeying orders, being ordered around by somebody else, do this, do that, do the other, and obeying out of fear, afraid even to ask to go to the toilet. Oh yes. Suddenly, they feel themselves to be active actors in the drama, if you like. Not human beings, not slaves. People with dignity. People that can decide things. People that can fight. They lose their fear. And they become transformed. Partly because they're part of a collective, which provides them with an infusion of courage and confidence. Yes, that is the meaning of a revolution, where men and women were the slaves cease to become slaves and become genuine human beings with a brain, with a mind of their own, with a heart, with a soul, and so on. This is known. Any worker knows this. And very often the small number of activists, so-called activists, are taken aback. They don't understand it. Well, how can this happen? Because they have not understood the way in which the working class consciousness develops. Trotsky wrote quite a lot about this in his History of the Russian Revolution. You should read that. Now, yes, that's right. You see, because many of the so-called activists in the trade union branches and the political parties supposed to be advanced. Quite a few of them are quite nice people, they're quite good, I mean they mean well. But they are not Marxists, and therefore they have no real, although they're workers, but they don't understand the working class. And they develop a kind of dismissive attitude. Oh, they will never move. Oh, don't talk to me. Look, I call a trade union branch meeting. How many turn up? Only half a dozen. Same people all the time. Never change. They never change. How many times have I heard that expression? And when suddenly the change occurs, an eruption takes place. There's a mass meeting and people are demanding action. The so-called advanced people are taken aback. Quite often they act as a brake on the process because they have no dialectics, because they don't understand the way in which people can change. A most important lesson again from the algebra revolution, if you like. Now, it's true. Lenin said once, I think somebody quoted that the other day, He actually said, an ounce of practice is worth a ton of theory. Did Lenin say that? Oh yes, he said it okay. And he meant it. And he was quite right. But he was referring to the masses, not the members, not the communists. And for the masses, it's true. You know, the workers, a worker, for example, here, wherever, Turin, London, or anywhere, Buenos Aires, anyway. You know, they don't take the ideas from books. They don't read books. Most of them don't even read the newspaper. In normal times, if they buy this just to read the sports page. Why? Is it because workers are stupid? Workers are not stupid. It's because of the conditions of life of the working class. Understand, material conditions. A worker that's been working 8, 9, 10, 12 hours, overtime, hard work, or boring work, comes home, and the last thing that he or she wants to do is to read a book. They fall asleep in front of the television, or go down to the pub and have a few drinks to forget about their problems. Okay? That's because of the conditions of life. But let there be a strike, or something occurs, and these people change drastically. I've seen it myself. I've seen it in different countries at different times. Suddenly, normally they don't talk about politics in the factory. Suddenly they start talking about politics. They take an interest. Real politics. And that's where our strength lies. Now, by the way, workers are not like little ignorant children. They need clever people to come and explain the facts of life to them. Not at all. Very often, you know what happens? It's happening now. In London, in this electoral campaign, every day we get the same experience. There was Rob was saying there was a young worker that we met, a railway worker, and after one discussion, he joined the organization, and the communists explained the basic ideas of communism to him. I said, yeah, he said, you know, this has changed my life. But very often they'll say, well, you know, what you were saying, I always thought that, but I couldn't put it into words like you put it in. In other words, we're telling them what they already instinctively feel. That's a fact. That's our strength again. And that's what a revolution is good for. Now, I have a little confession to make to you today. Little confession. When I started out quite early as a communist. When I was 14 years of age, I'm from a communist family anyway, I went to Swansea Public Library and I got hold of the first volume of Capital. And I read the first 100 pages and I came to the following conclusion: that nobody could ever understand this book. I've read it since and it's a lot clearer, I must say. But anyway, I started to study Marxism and I read Anti-Düring quite early on, and I read the dialectics of nature and so on. And the brilliance of the idea of dialectical materialism really struck a chord. And I read something that Engels wrote. He wrote the following. Engels, you've heard of Engels, he's a German chap, you know, friend of Marx. Anyway, Engels wrote the following. Listen to this. Listen carefully to what he wrote. The laws of his dialectic, this Hegel's dialectic, are nothing but the most general laws of motion and change in nature, society, and human thought. Shall I repeat that? I'll repeat it. Listen to it again. The laws of his dialectic, this Hegel, the laws of Hegel's dialectic are nothing but the most general laws of motion and change of nature, society, and human thought. Do you know what that means? I know what it means. That's the laws of everything. And I thought to myself, well, I thought it was true. The laws of dialectics struck me as being true. Yeah, I could see that. But I have a confession to make to you. I never really believed that it could be proven. Least of all, it couldn't be proven mathematically. I mean, that's a huge assertion. The laws of motion of everything, without exception. How can you prove such a thing? I thought there was no. Well, I think it's right. It's true, but how could it be demonstrated? And I thought it would never be proven. I was wrong. It has been proven. And not by Marxists either. You know, there's been a very interesting developments taking place in science. I dealt with them to some extent in Reason and Revolt, which some of you might have read. You should read that book, by the way. It's by a promising young author. And there's all kinds of, like chaos theory, that's an interesting. That contains a dialectical idea, it's clear. And and derivatives, like complexity and ubiquity, do you know what ubiquity means? Yes. How is your Latin? Hands up all those who know Latin. One. There must be more than. Claudio, put your hand up. You know Latin. You're a clever man. He denies it. I had to learn Latin. I went to a grammar school, Swansea Grammar School. Motto, virtue and good literature. 5 years compulsory Latin. We made up a little poem about that, if I remember correctly. Shall I tell you what it is? Shall I tell you the poem? Yes? I think it's a yes, all right. Latin is an ancient language, as old can be. It killed the ancient Britons, and now it's killing me. A rather nice language, actually. Anyway, why am I saying these things? I can't imagine. Ubiquity, yes. Ubique in the Latin language means everywhere. Ubique is everywhere. Ubiquity is something that's everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And there's a very interesting book called, guess what, Ubiquity. It's called Ubiquity. Very interesting book. I recommend you to read it by an American scientist called Mark Buchanan. And this book points out that a huge number of phenomena, very different phenomena, as different, for example, as heart attacks, avalanches, forest fires, stock exchange crises, wars. He doesn't say revolutions, but it would apply also. The rise and fall of animal populations, the movement of traffic in cities, and even, get a load of this, even changes in style in dress and in art and music, okay, are all expressions of the same law, which we would say quantity and quality, and can be expressed mathematically in an equation known as a power law. Now, I've got no idea what a power law equation looks like because my maths is very poor. But it does exist. It does exist. And therefore, this wonderful law which Hegel developed, quantity and quality and so on, it's now been firmly established, it's accepted now, as a universal law. I mean universal. And this is a striking confirmation of dialectics from people that, of course, nothing to do with dialectics. Now, the need for theory, I think I've made out a bit of it. Hope I've made out a case for it. But you know, Lenin, as you know, said repeatedly that every genuine communist should strive to become a professional revolutionary. Now, what did he mean by that? He didn't necessarily mean someone that was drawing the wages from the organization. Actually, many of the full-timers of the Bolshevik Party never received a penny from the organization because they didn't have any money. They had to take jobs. They had to take jobs in things like banks and insurance companies and so on, where they were highly regarded by the employers because they were disciplined and efficient and earned them lots of money, I suppose. But no, I think that Lenin, when he said that you must strive to become a professional revolutionary, I think he was trying to say something else. What he meant was, you must strive to dedicate yourself completely and absolutely, heart and soul, to the cause of the working class and the proletarian revolution and the party. That's what it meant. And a serious attitude towards the party, Lenin insisted on this, is a serious attitude towards theory. There is a quote from Lenin which is well known, but normally people don't quote all of it, which they should do. I'll come to that in a moment. But to show Lenin's serious attitude towards theory, the fact that he was very far removed from the Philistine nonsense, which, by the way, was the position of the economist tendency, which he combated vigorously in the early days of the party. He struggled for theory all his life. It's not an accident that in a very important period, during the First World War, which, if you can imagine, was a horrific period. Sometimes communists complain a bit, about how difficult things are. Not so much lately. I think things have become a lot easier, haven't they? But they used to complain a lot, unjustifiably. You think you've got difficulties? You think for a moment of the situation that Lenin found himself during the dark days of the First World War. The collapse of the International. War in Europe. Workers of the world unite. And here are millions of workers in uniform. French, British, Russian, German, Austrian, Italian, slaughtering each other with rifles and bayonets and poison gas. Slaughtering each other. Fighting on behalf of their own imperialist nation. Lunacharsky described it in one book that he wrote. I've got it at home. Europe in the dance of death. Workers slaughtering each other. Workers of the world united. It must have sounded a hollow slogan. And the revolutionaries were entirely and absolutely isolated. Entirely isolated. Lenin was in Switzerland. You had the Zimmerwald Conference, which was very small, very confused also, didn't lead anywhere. But anyway, Lenin was isolated in Zurich, actually, in Switzerland. How did he spend his time? Every morning, as regular as the clock, he'd go to the public library, and he spent hours and hours and hours reading a book, Hegel's masterpiece, 2 volumes, The Science of Logic. This book is undoubtedly the most complete exposition of the laws of dialectics from start to finish. It's a masterpiece, but it is not an easy thing to read. It is a very difficult thing to read. Lenin described it, he said, it's the best way of getting a headache, he said. But he stuck at it. Now, to our practical friends, practicals, this is obviously a waste of time. In the middle of all this terrible carnage, and there's Lenin with his nose in a book. And what a book. I'll tell you something. What these imbeciles didn't understand. Lenin was preparing for the October Revolution precisely by that means. Precisely by that means. Precisely. Without that, he wouldn't have been half so prepared to write something like State and Revolution, for example. No. You can see it reflected. You can see it reflected, and other things. No. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin understood perfectly well what he was doing. But of course, that's not an easy task. Not an easy task. Now, people, you're probably going to go away very disappointed from this lecture. I bet you all came here thinking that I was going to give you a long list of the laws of dialectics, quantity and quality, interpenetration of opposites, and so on. Negation of the negation. Why not? And many other things beside. No. No. First of all, it's not possible to do that in the space of an hour. Secondly, I'm going to leave that pleasure to you. I mean, why should poor Lenin suffer on his own? Don't you think you lot deserve a headache as well? I think you do. You've got to conquer Marxist theory for yourself. Nobody will conquer it for you. But you see, it is a problem. What should I read? Well, the first thing, of course, you should read all of the works of Marx. Before you tackle Hegel, you should really start with all the marvelous texts of Marxism. Anti-Düring, Dialectics of Nature. Plekhanov is very good, you know. Fundamental problems of Marxism and so on. Many things. Trotsky, ABC of Materialist Dialectic. Loads of stuff you could read. The trouble is that the material on philosophy in Marx's work, I've got Marx's collected works at home. I've read them all. How many volumes is that? I don't know. A lot. 55 volumes, I think. Yeah, and there's a wealth of material there, but it is scattered throughout all these works. Scattered. And there's not one single work that I know of that you could look to try to explain all of this. A long time ago, when was that? When did it do Reason and Revolt? When was that, Anne? 95, was it? Yeah, would it be 95, yeah. I, together with Ted Grant, my great friend and leader and teacher, we wrote a book called Reason and Revolt. It was a very difficult period for us at that time, very difficult. For objective reasons, and also we had a terrible split in the organization that we belonged to, which we'd created actually, which we had created. And it was quite a sizable organization. And Ted and myself, of course, were expelled with a handful of people. We didn't have anything. We didn't have an apparatus, didn't have money, didn't have a paper. I think we had one typewriter to begin with. Everything you see in this hall today, everything you see, comes from that. But when we were expelled, we sat down and thought about things. It was objectively difficult. You had the collapse of the Stalinism, the collapse of the Soviet Union. The labor movement moved sharply to the right, under Tony Blair and so on. But I thought about it. I thought, well, what is our duty at this particular moment in history? When everyone is questioning the existence of Marxism, people like Francis Fukuyama is talking about the end of history. We're surrounded by demoralization and disappointment and so on. I thought, okay, it is clear what our duty is. We must start by defending all of the basic theoretical principles of the movement, all of them. Starting with philosophy, starting with dialectical materialism. And you know the reaction of our dear friends, the ones that expelled us, they were so cocky at the time. And there was a joke going around, you know. They had a good laugh. Look, Ted and Alan have abandoned the revolutionary movement in order to write books about philosophy. Comrades, just that sentence alone shows the miserable revisionist trash that these people were and are. A complete and abysmal abandonment of the basic principles of Marxism. Comrades, if we're here today, there's only one reason for it, and it's this, that this tendency and this tendency alone in the world, I repeat, alone in the world, I spent all this time fighting tooth and nail in defense of the fundamental principles of Marxism. We've never surrendered one single step. And we were always confident that these ideas ultimately would succeed, because they're the only ideas that really serve to explain what's really happening in the world. And this marvelous meeting is the proof of this. And this is only the beginning. But let's go back. Let's go back to what I was saying. If you look at the present position of the bourgeoisie, of the ruling class, you see the horrible senile decay of capitalism expressed on all sides. Not just in economics, with the collapse of the economy, not just the disintegration of civilization, in effect. You see it in the total bankruptcy of art, of music, of culture in general. And as for philosophy, well, I've already said it. You see, think. When the capitalist class was a progressive force, 18th and 19th century, they produced great thinkers. Diderot, Voltaire, Rousseau, Ricardo, Adam Smith. Great thinkers. Great philosophers, Hegel, Kant. And now, nothing. Nothing worth spitting on, nothing worth looking at. Nothing. And it's only when you study the depths. I mean, look, this, dare I mention postmodernism? Dare I mention it? Hey, look at the miserable trash which they serve up in the universities these days to these poor, unfortunate philosophy students who, as I say, my heart bleeds for. You know, a phrase from Hegel comes into my head. Buy the little with which the human spirit is satisfied. We can gauge the depth of its loss. It's lost. And this is not an accident. It's this cultural bankruptcy and this artistic bankruptcy is one more expression of the senile decay of a system which has outlived its usefulness. And must be soon ejected into the rubbish of history. If I had the time, I don't have the time. But you could go into some of these. I remember when I was a student, you didn't have postmodernism then. thank God. You had other things like logical positivism. But you see, I'd read materialism and empiricism before I entered university, so I knew all about it. Or this is a book by a man called A.J. Ayer. A.J. Ayer, Freddie Ayer. Ayer, yes. I wrote a little poem when I was in university. I used to write poetry in those days. Would you like to hear it? You can stick air where the monkey sticks his peanuts, so there. With apologies to the translator. with apologies to the translators. Anyway, you wrote this book, Language, Truth and Logic. I thought, this is the same stuff which Lenin answered in 1908. The same arguments of Bishop Berkeley. And all of this nonsense, it boils down to extreme subjectivism, that's all. Extreme subjectivism. They go back, these guys, they start out as empiricists. They go back to the famous statement that what they say is this: I know the world through my senses. I can only know the world through my senses. Right. Yes, of course. I can only know the world because I see it, I hear it, I feel it, I touch it, I smell it. Through my senses. Locke said, and the originator of empirical philosophy, he said, there is nothing in the mind which was not previously in the senses. Correct. It's correct. Yes, but, you see, you must add to that. I interpret the world through my senses, but you must add to that. The world exists independently of my senses. There is an objective material reality. But that's where they started to come unstuck. Starting with Bishop Berkeley, who Lenin answered. He said, yeah, well, really speaking, I can't know anything about the world. All I can know is my senses, that's all. Take you lot sitting out there. Take you lot. Do you exist? Yeah, because I can see you. But if I close my eyes, you lot have now disappeared. Oh no, I can still hear you laughing. Well, no, this is it. This is the basis of subjective idealism, the most miserable and empty kind of idealism. And that, as Lenin explained in his book, inevitably leads to solipsism. Do you know what solipsism is? Again, it's Latin. You guys don't know Latin. Solo ipsus, only myself. Only I exist. You guys don't exist, only I exist. Right? Okay. Silence. They don't know what to say now. I've left them speechless. But you see, this same, solipsists. Bertrand Russell was a very bad English philosopher. But he had a sense of humor. And he said, he cracked a joke. He said, I once went to a cocktail party and I met a lady who said that she was a solipsist. You know, only I exist. She said she was a solipsist, and she wondered why there weren't more of them. Oh, well, I say he did have a sense of humor. But this book, Language, Truth and Logic, and I took this book, I didn't want to buy it, waste my money and stuff like that. I went in the Christmas holidays. I went to Swansea University Library. I sat in the reading room. I got this book and I opened it. And Ayre's thesis is that we can only know sense contents. Exactly the same with different words, that's all. Can only know sense contents. Okay. So, you see, if you follow these guys, accept their premises, then it's difficult to argue with them, you know. So I sat there, and I patiently worked chapter by chapter. Sense contents this, sense contents that, sense contents the other. I'm waiting. When are you going to say it, you bastard? You know. More sense contents and more sense. Finally, I think it was chapter 22. I was just beginning to lose all hope. And suddenly, chapter 22, title, What Are Sense Contents? I said, I got you. I got you by the short and curlies. There we are. Yeah. So he's telling, of course the question is this. What are sense contents? Look, can you have sense contents without a central nervous system? No. Can you have a central nervous system without a material body? No. Can you have... Oh, I beg your pardon. Again. Can you have a material body without a material environment? No. Who would think collapses? But Professor Ayre, instead of admitting defeat, he goes all around the house, all around the house, all around the house. And finally, he finishes up with a wonderful phrase. Now that we've finally settled this question, well, I went to the nearest pub and I got drunk, of course. Leastways, I thought it was a pub, and I thought I was drinking beer, but I might be quite wrong. Let's leave that to one side. Anyway, that's just for your amusement. About, I could say a lot more, but I haven't got the time now. Bertrand Russell, we've dealt with him. There we are. Postmodernism. Yes, postmodernism. Well, I won't waste your time on that. It is a complete waste of time. Hey, who was it that somebody said it in the last discussion on philosophy? Some very unkind person. I think it was Jerome. Stand up, Jerome. Where are you? You scoundrel. Yes, it was Jerome. He made a comment about my history of philosophy, which I thought wasn't a bad book entirely. You know. I thought it was quite reasonable myself. But he says, why didn't you write a lot more about modern philosophy? Finish it off nice, deal with all this business. Jerome, my friend, what have I ever done to you? Look, you might not have noticed this. I'm not a young man anymore. My days are numbered on this earth. And frankly, I don't really have time to waste. And you want to make my final years in this world a sea of misery? No, merci. We leave it there, please. But these Postmodernists. No progress. They don't believe in progress. All the same. We're just the same now as what we were in the Stone Age. We were all very happy in the Stone Age. So. Yeah, well, why do they say, I know why they say that. Because in fact, the present day capitalist system, there is no progress. There cannot be any progress. Progress has come to a dead halt. And even these imbeciles can feel that. But instead of honestly saying, no, the capitalist system is not capable of progress, which would be the honest thing to say, they take refuge in this nonsense that, we deny all progress in general. It doesn't exist. Give me a break. And what else? Oh yes, no ideology. Mustn't have ideology. Well, of course, the bourgeoisie nowadays doesn't have an ideology. It's incapable of. It did used to have an ideology. It was a progressive ideology. But now it's not capable. No great ideas, no great philosophers, no great nothing. When we say there's a vacuum in politics on the left, that's true. You tell me where there isn't a vacuum. There's a vast cultural vacuum which needs to be filled. Anyway, I think we're coming to the end of my story. Now, we did this book, Ted and I, on Reason and Revolt. And ever since then, I have had an idea about writing a book about philosophy which would present the ideas of dialectics in a more developed way than what I've done today. Hopefully in a more understandable way. And people keep asking me, Alan, where's your book? I say, what book? I'm a busy man, you know. These guys keep me busy all the time. I go to earn my living somehow. But if you were to come to my house, don't all come to at the same time, by the way. On my desktop at home, there must be at least, at the minimum, about 200,000 words written on the subject. Probably more than that. Needs to be knocked into shape. But every time I try to work on it, I get knocked. During the RevFest in London, it was in a break. This poor young chap came up to me in the break. By the way, I must apologize to communists if I don't talk to many people in the break. Here, I don't speak to many people in the break. It's not rudeness. I'd love to talk to all of you. I really would. But I get a bit tired, sometimes I need to rest. This poor chap comes up behind me. He says, he's a bit timid. Shall I speak to him? I don't know what he's timid. I'm not going to hit him, am I? I don't know. What's he afraid of? He comes up. He says, Alan, what's your next book going to be? I said, I don't know. And then he's a bit taken about that. He has another go. He wants to start a conversation. See, has another go. He said, well, there are rumors that it's a book about philosophy. And it's in two parts. And the first part is an analysis of Hegel. And the rest of it is something else I can't remember. I said, oh. I said, you know more than I do then. At which point he abandoned all attempts to and went away. Anyway, I I do intend, the comments of the IS, in fairness to my colleagues, my comrades, have given me a task and said that this is a priority for me to do. But then, for example, I was busy on the manifesto and other stuff, other things, other tasks emerge. But it is being done, shall we say? It is coming. It's coming. Don't get too excited, because what I often say is, it's coming, so is Christmas. Anyway, no, it will be done. It will be done. But I'd better finish because I've spoken for too long. I'm within my time limit, actually. But you see, to go back to the central theme here, I can't impress upon you the enormous importance of studying Marxist philosophy. I mean, it would be nice if you could read Hegel, but don't start that immediately, because that's not an easy task. It's a bit like, but this is like in general. I mean, people sometimes say, well, it's difficult to study philosophy. I've never found it myself. Never. I never found it myself. And maybe it's difficult. But look, anything in life that is worthwhile is difficult. Our task here of building the Revolutionary International, that's difficult. But it must be done. And we are going to do it. But to go back to philosophy, you see, it's a bit like climbing a steep mountain. I'm thinking about reading Hegel's Science of Logic, for example. It's like climbing a steep mountain. And I warn you, not an easy task. And you get tired, and at time, many times you feel like turning back. You think, oh, I'll never get to the top. I'll never get. It's hard, difficult. But you see, once you do get to the top, after all the effort that you put into it, you find yourself standing on a peak, breathing in the fresh air, cold, pure, fresh air, as opposed to the poisonous fog which surrounds you. And at your feet, in front of your eyes, spread out before you, is all the glorious panorama and drama of human history, of all the mysteries of nature, of society, of humankind, of its evolution. All these wonderful things will be at your disposal, within your grasp, once you have conquered and made your possession, and you have firmly in your hands this marvelous tool, this magic key that can open so many doors, not just in politics, but in your personal life, in all aspects of your life. It's a transformative experience. And therefore, I encourage you to do this. Once you've mastered this wonderful, magical key to human knowledge, and the name of that key The algebra of revolution is that wonderful thing, the philosophy of dialectical materialism.
Okay, comrades. Alan spoke about two books in particular, both of which are available at the Well-Read stall and on the Well-Read website. One is The History of Philosophy, and one is Reason in Revolt. And for a deeper understanding of the ideas of dialectics, dialectical materialism, and Marxist philosophy, these books are invaluable. So I need the comrades in the room to stay in their seats. In a moment we will have a break. We all have an important task, including the people watching online. We all have an important task to do in the break, which is to ring all the comrades back home and prepare them for the next session, which is the financial collection, which will be quite a spectacle if we put in a little bit of extra effort in the break to gather the last bits of money that we can. The break will last 30 minutes, so we'll be back on in 30 minutes for the people watching online.
Not that.
You got to speak into that, but that will record you. Or that will go, I don't know. Basically, you got to speak into that and use that.
This is sabotage. This is making things difficult for me. Modern technology, they say, yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Very good. Well, first of all, I hope you all know how to use a QR code. The reason I'm saying that is because I can't. And it doesn't worry me one little bit. But it worries me if you can't. There are QR codes, have you noticed? They're stuck on the columns. And they're also available online for anybody out there listening. So get that ready, because you may need it. And if you write in, it's not to join the RCP. It's to give us a bit of money. I've been asked to do the financial collection. I am a funny bugger. I often wonder what other kind of collection we could do. And what came into mind was a stamp collection. I don't know if anybody here has ever done a stamp collection. Oh, there are a few sad individuals. I've still got mine. Do you want mine? It's in a box at home. Some very old stamps. Yeah, get them valued and give them to the collection, I suppose. Well, there's been a lot of talk about molecular processes. And as I'm a dad, I'm allowed to make this kind of joke. We're going to have a molecular process of pennies and cents accumulating before my eyes. Lots of them. Now, the purpose of this session is to raise as much money as possible. And even more than that, if you can do it. What are we going to be showing on the video? Is there anything else appearing on that video? There'll be an exciting video of the office. Exciting, yes. I get excited every day I go into the office. I walk through that door and I get so excited. Now you think I'm joking, but I actually do. You know why? It is a fantastic building. It's stylish, red brick, renovated. Has 6 toilets, which is important when you get beyond a certain age. It even has showers, imagine. So you can go running and come back and not smell the rest of the afternoon for your comrades sitting next to you. I forgot this translation. But it is a great building, and what's great about it is the feeling that it belongs to us. And it was achieved through the collective effort of all the comrades of the International. All the sections contributed to one degree or another. And it's a physical, representation of the achievements we've had so far. And it still happens. I don't know other comrades. Maybe I'm sentimental. I don't know. I walk around and I go, wow, this is ours. Jesus Christ. I also I'm the one that uses the printer more than anybody else. All the young comrades don't seem to need the printer. But I do, because I'm old-fashioned and I like to read concretely on a piece of paper. But it involves walking right across the other end of the building, which gives me plenty of exercise, which I need. But I also said to Josh one day as I walked past his desk, do you know why I really do this? It's so that I can check on all the full-timers that they're working. And I said, I've noticed what you do. As soon as I walk through that door, everybody starts. And then when they finish, when I go back, it's back to Tetris. No, the comrades are working very, very hard. Now, the purpose of this session is obviously to collect the money. But I wanted to run through a few things so that you get an idea of where the money that you've raised in the past has gone, and also the money that we have to spend. Now, the actual final purchase price of the office in euros, the various costs, was 2,570,000 euros. And other taxes and fees on top of that were 122,500. That made almost 2,700,000 euros, the final cost of getting that building. But we did it through collections like this that we're going to have today. It took a few years. You know, in English there's a saying, put your money where your mouth is. Don't tell me where your mouth is, though. Just put your money there. If you believe in something, you're prepared to find the money to achieve that goal. Now, if there's any bourgeois or capitalist listening in, they may not understand what's happening. Because the only way they can think of money is I invest it and I want an immediate or short-term, as short-term as possible return in the form of profit at the expense of somebody else, of course, which is the workers that they exploit. We have here communists who are prepared to put money into a project which is not going to produce personal profit. It's going to contribute to transforming society. That comes from a completely different way of thinking from the bourgeois. Now, that's the money for the center. We also had building works on the building before we were able to move in. A lot of work, painting, carpets, work on the meeting rooms, which came to 105,000 euros. We had to have work done on the roof because water was leaking around the edges of the roof and was seeping into the walls down below. We've calculated we need to spend money on security, comrades. We must make it safe. It's the duty to do that because all that money that comrades have spent, and we've got to protect that it is an investment. So security cameras, alarms, security door systems, etc. That's going to cost nearly 7,000 euros. We're also looking at other costs such as fencing for security, almost 6,000 euros. Now we have a basement which we want to use as a storeroom for books, pamphlets, because at the moment a couple of offices are taken up with stocking the books. And as we're growing and expanding, then we will need those offices. But there's damp because it's obviously in the basement. The work on that will cost about 25,000. Another cost is actually this conference. we finance a lot of the comrades who come here.
Nosotros financiamos bastantes de los
A lot of
camaradas.
comrades come here from countries that would never be able to afford to come here.
Algunos camaradas vienen de países que jamás podrían costear estar aquí.
But what we do is that we collectively finance that through the contributions of all the comrades.
Pero lo que sucede es que de manera colectiva nosotros financiamos esto.
Think about it. We have the duty to make sure all the delegates that can come, that we can get here from the different sections, are here to take part in the democratic debates and the voting at this congress, this conference.
Participen porque tenemos que mantener el carácter democrático de la conferencia.
And the total cost of tickets, accommodation, subsidizing some sections,
Total de los vuelos, de los subsidios para algunas secciones y del alojamiento.
and that's excluding the cost of the international center,
Y eso es sin el
is 54,000 euros.
excluyendo el centro internacional.
So you can see a lot of money is being spent to make this event possible,
Entonces podemos ver
and a lot of money is being spent
de hacer esto posible.
to make the international center as efficient and safe as possible.
Y también tenemos la tarea de hacer el centro
Now,
internacional lo más seguro
That's why we're appealing to you
posible.
to give as much money as you can.
Y por eso les pedimos donar la mayor
Now,
cantidad posible.
I have a perspective,
Yo tengo una perspectiva
and I hope my perspective doesn't get falsified.
y espero que mi perspectiva no sea.
But you have a chance in history to make sure that a perspective is confirmed.
Pero ustedes tienen una oportunidad en la historia de hacer que mi
It's
perspectiva
literally in your hands to make sure that my perspectives are not wrong.
está en sus manos, que mi perspectiva no sea
And I've
equivocada.
also got a personal commitment here.
Y esto no es un.
I don't want to go down in history as somebody who got it wrong.
A mí no me importa ser alguien,
So you can help me achieve that. Now,
pero ustedes me pueden ayudar.
I want to start seeing who can start to contribute. Now, I would like to start
¿Quién puede contribuir?
by going through section by section. I don't want to go through individual contributions just yet.
Porque no quiero comenzar con las contribuciones individuales.
So all the sections know what they've achieved
Todas las secciones saben lo que han logrado
and what they can stand up to and say, this is our contribution.
y lo que pueden hacer para decir esta es nuestra contribución.
And some of you, I've got the figures,
Y tengo ciertas cifras.
some of you have not reached your targets,
Algunos de ustedes no han llegado a sus objetivos.
and some of you have gone over your
Y
targets.
algunos de ustedes han sobrepasado sus
But
objetivos.
some of you know that the comrades who are present here
Y algunos de ustedes saben que los
will
camaradas
undoubtedly give more.
sin duda van a dar más.
And the reason for that is
Y la razón para
you've
ello
had some quality discussions here.
es que tenemos discusiones de alta calidad aquí.
And the purpose of that discussion
Y el propósito de esta discusión
was to raise your political level.
es elevar su nivel político.
Now you see the impact of raising your political level.
Y el impacto de elevar su nivel político
It also raises your cash consciousness,
también eleva su conciencia de efectivo,
which can actually make a significant leap forward suddenly
que también puede significar un salto adelante
on the basis of your deeper understanding of Marxism.
sobre la base de su entendimiento más
So
profundo del
I'm going to ask
Así que voy a preguntar
if there's any section
si hay alguna sección
which has raised 50,000 euros or more.
que ha recaudado 50.000 euros o más.
If you are here, please stand up.
Si estás aquí, por favor,
I
ponte
saw a hand go up then.
hay una mano.
That's not to go to the toilet, is it?
No es para ir al baño.
Like at school. Can I go to the toilet, sir?
¿Puedes ir al baño, señor?
Yeah?
Sí.
Let me know then.
A ver.
51,320. Oh, that's Austria. That's Austria, yeah?
Es Austria.
Yeah. You see, my perspectives were right. I knew they were going to do that.
Sí, yo sabía que iban
But I didn't quite know how much they'd raised. I'm sure the Austrians present are thinking that that is well below what they could achieve
Estoy seguro que los
and that they can contribute more.
pensarán, eso es
That's so far the only section that I see that has... Oh, there's another one.
hasta ahora esta es la única
Who's that? Switzerland. And? How much? 100,000. You can always trust the Swiss
Siempre puedes confiar en los suizos
to outdo the Austrians.
de sobrepasar a los austriacos.
Two small countries just to the north of Italy
Dos pequeños países al norte de
who
Italia
like to compete with each other.
que les encanta competir.
I think it's the brotherly linguistic connections that
Creo que
produce
son
that.
las conexiones.
Well, that's not bad, comrades. That's 150,000, and I've nearly done my job. No.
Y ahí no termina mi trabajo.
Okay, so 100,000 and 51,000.
Entonces, 100,000 y
I presume there's nobody else that has raised over 50.
supongo no hay nadie más que ha recaudado más de 50.
No? I'm going to go down
Vamos a bajar
to 40,000.
a 40,000.
Has any section raised over that?
¿Hay alguna sección que ha recaudado
Yes.
más de esto?
47,000 from where?
Ah, no.
Sweden. Not only are they good at making the Eurovision Song Contest more entertaining,
No solo les encanta
they
hacer
also stump up their money.
el concierto de Eurovisión.
That is getting close to 150,000. No, 200. 200,000.
Bueno, ya estamos
Wow,
hablando.
this is looking promising, comrades.
Todo se ve muy bien.
Right, I said 40. There's nobody else above 40, no?
No hay nadie más de 40, ¿no?
I'm going to go down more slowly now. 35,000.
35,000.
Anybody? Way, hey!
Yay. 37,000.
Canada. 37,000. Excellent, excellent.
Excelente.
Let me see. I'm just checking. When these comrades tell me what they're saying, is it their target or can they raise more?
Cuando estos camaradas me dicen,
Oh, actually, oh yeah, very good.
recaudar más,
They went over their target. Great. So did the Swedes massively, and the other two sections, the Austrians and the the Austrians. Yeah,
ay, los austriacos
I think you could improve. You know the school report.
pueden mejorar.
You
Imaginen
did
el
well, but
informe
could
de la
improve.
escuela. Puede mejorar.
Think about it, Austrian comrades.
Los camaradas
30,000.
30,
Any sections reached? Yep. 75,000. Were you at the toilet stand when I said
estabas en el baño, Stan,
50,000? You didn't hear me, yeah? Or is there a delay in the, I don't know. Anyway,
tardó la información en
So-
registrar en tu cerebro.
70, so if I go down another 5, will somebody give me 80,000?
Entonces, si bajo,
Is anybody in the toilet back there?
¿hay alguien en el baño?
I said 30, right?
Dije 30,
25,000.
25,000.
Who's this? The US.
Estados Unidos.
20, wow. This is looking good, comrades, because I've got the actual target for these sections.
Yo tengo
And
la
I'm seeing a lot of sections actually going over the target, and some of them significantly. So the final total is already looking much more promising than when I first looked at this sheet.
del objetivo.
So 25. Nobody else above 25?
Más de 25,
20,000?
20.
Another section that went above their target. Well done, well done. But think about it, 20,000. Come on. How many French comrades are here? 21. Oh, we can get a bit more out of them. We can squeeze a little bit more. Just think about it. 20,000. Anybody else? 20,000. Right. I'm going to go down slowly to 18,000. Whoop, the British. You didn't recognize the euro. Eh? Keelan, that's what a euro looks like. Do you recognize it now? Yeah? Okay, so it's 88,800 euros. Even better, even better. Right, 18,000. Anybody close to that? Where? No? No? 18, okay. 17,000. My skills are lacking here. 16. 15. Please. I beg you. Anybody 15,000? Any treasurers missing? Are they outside? The information I was given doesn't seem to correspond to... Ah, that's why they haven't reached their target. 14,000. 14,000 from Denmark. How many Danish comrades are here? That's what I'm thinking. I'm talking into the camera, you see. Also, because you've got a sizable number of comrades back home these days, I've been told. Things have been going rather well in Denmark. And as I know that Denmark is one of the happiest countries in the world, I've been told. That's what all the opinion polls say. You should be very happy to give up your money. Yeah? Anyway, we'll see what comes in online, because a lot of money is going to be coming in from outside this conference as well. 13. 12. Oh! 12 from Italy. Italy. Sorry, 13,000 from Italy. I thought they were referring to that online restaurant place they called, it's called Italy, spelled E-A-T, Italy, and you can order food. I don't know if it's good Italian food, but it's anyway. The only good Italian food is in Italy, we all know that, and I'm an Italian chauvinist, so you should all, the older comrades would know that. 13 from Italy. You know that the reason why they chose 13 is because in Italy 13 is not an unlucky number. You know what the unlucky number is in Italy? Anybody guess? The Italians are strange. Their unlucky number is 17. For some reason. Right. I said 12. Anybody else 12? 11? Wait. The German section, 11,000. Nobody else at that figure? Okay, down to the 10,000. Anybody at 10,000? No? Okay. 9. Shall we show them the pictures of the center? They need a bit of stimulus. Can we do that? Who's got it? The man. Yeah, do the video. Do the video. a bit of movement.
Va a tomar un poco.
In 5 minutes.
5 minutos.
This is bad planning.
Qué mal plan.
We need more money for the technical side.
Necesitamos más dinero para
And
el
maybe
equipo
another
técnico.
full-timer. We need 2 full-timers to press that button.
Estamos todos librados para pulsar un botón.
So, what did I say? What was the last figure I said?
¿Qué dije?
8,000.
8,000.
Well, I'm getting down to the level now where there might be some individuals
Estoy llegando
that are prepared to pay this kind of, prepared to give this kind of contribution. Is the financial collection.
se van a quitar la posición de la persona.
What's the, oh, Britain. Are this from the comrades here? Some are here, some are online. Okay, from Britain,
En línea de Gran Bretaña,
here it says,
alguien dice
Britain, 50 pounds, that's 59 euros each. From, can I read the names?
cada uno. 50
Charlie E,
59.
Thomas F, Nathan B, Abby A,
Son los nombres.
Owen R, Nick W, Solomon D, and Amy H. The total from these comrades adds
Llega a
472 euros to the British donation.
70.
Oh, this guy comes every year.
Viene todos los años.
He's also a famous poet. I've done this joke so many times. But as there's lots of young ones, I can repeat it.
Pero como es una de las buenas,
Have you read those poems by Anonymous?
han leído estos poemas.
Some of them are quite nice. I don't know why they couldn't admit to writing them, but anyway.
Que los escriben muy rápido.
It's a poet that lives through the centuries and he's still with us.
Es un poema que dura siglos.
And he's decided that communism is worth investing in.
Y Anónimo ha decidido
He must have sold a lot of poems over the centuries.
invertir en
Anonymous donation of 1,240. So, Anonymous. Denmark,
Dinamarca,
one comrade, Emma N.
camarada Emma N.
Did you know, Emma, that Emma apparently last year was, I think, the most popular or the second most popular name given to newborn girls in the United States?
El año pasado fue el nombre más popular.
I'm telling you
para
that
las
because John Peterson informed me of that fact.
mujeres en
You see,
Estados Unidos.
this is the kind of important stuff we do
El tipo de comercio
using WhatsApp, and I'm sitting there working hard, receiving these important items of information.
estas informaciones tan cruciales.
But the reason is that because my daughter's called Emma. So I thought, oh,
Mi hija se llama Emma.
I was in advance of the trend. You see, foresight over astonishment,
Yo estoy
and I chose a name many years ago that became very popular later on.
y escogí ese nombre hace 20 años.
So 268 euros from Emma from Denmark. An important donation from Czechia,
Donativo importante de Chequia,
from Comrade Pavel,
del camarada
110 euros. Canadian comrade,
camarada canadiense.
100 Canadian dollars.
$100.
How much is that in real money?
¿Cuánto es eso en dinero real?
How much? 55? 65. Yeah, see? That's why they put it in Canadian dollars.
Pero lo ponían en dólares canadienses.
Sounds better, 100.
Mejor 100.
It's still good. 65 euros from one comrade. Comrade Ian from Canada. Then we have comrade Marxi.com,
camarada marxi.com,
a very good Arabic-speaking comrade.
buen camarada.
Some of them are here.
Algunos están aquí.
$80. Shh. €250. Did you get that? 250 euros. And here it's $80.
Y aquí hay 80.
Just a minute. A note.
Una nota.
This is the kind of thing that gives me pleasure.
Es que esto es lo que a mí me gusta.
It sends a shiver up my back.
Me
I don't know how far it goes, but it starts. Let's not get into the details.
Vamos a entrar en detalle.
It stops somewhere, it has to. But I'm going to save this one.
Pero voy a
save
guardar
this
esto
one.
para después.
Any more?
Algo más.
Right. The Brazilian section,
La sección de Brasil.
which we know, a lot of these sections in Latin America, the money that's available to them is not proportional to the money that's available in North America or Europe.
Que sabemos que estas secciones de Latinoamérica no
So I want to make the
valen
point.
al dinero que está disponible.
This happens every time.
Secciones de Norteamérica.
There are comrades from Central America, South America,
Quiero hablar de nuevo,
Africa, Asia,
que cuando nuestros camaradas de
whose money, because of the economic system we live in,
Asia y su dinero por las
in
circunstancias
concrete terms of value,
en términos
isn't so much.
concretos del valor, vale mucho más.
But to us, it has immense value
Para nosotros tiene un valor inmenso
because it represents the commitment of these comrades, in spite of the value of the currency of their country.
el compromiso de los camaradas a pesar de la situación en su
So the
país.
Brazilian section have given €400 to the collection. This is the kind of slip which I always have some doubts about,
Esto me pasa casi
because it says on the bottom, I owe you.
que dice hasta abajo.
There's 3 letters. What does that mean? You. How do you pronounce it? Wow. We all know what it means. But it's the Belgians. I think we can trust them to pay their IOU.
Eh,
The Belgian comrades
son
are contributing
de Bélgica.
€4,000. This is from the Dutch comrades,
De los camaradas de Holanda.
the comrades from Holland or the Netherlands. I don't want to upset anybody with the way I describe the country.
Llamar.
That small little flat country on the edge of Europe,
Ese pequeño país plano
which if climate change continues,
que si
will
continúa
disappear.
va a desaparecer,
Except for, I think, a hill between Arnhem and Utrecht.
menos por una
I
colina.
was there once and I was amazed at how flat country can actually be.
Fui ahí una vez y me asombró lo plano que es.
But the comrades, I'm sorry, I don't want to upset anybody.
Quiero ofender a nadie.
They originally raised €1,020,
Finalmente,
but the 2 comrades present here
los dos camaradas que están aquí,
and other comrades in watch parties back home
camaradas viendo la
have
transmisión
added
en casa,
150 more.
han llegado a
So the total coming from Holland
el total
is €1,170.40. And they say It's a little note. I think they're talking to their comrades back home. It could still go up.
Camaradas,
Donate more, it says. That should have been in Dutch, not in English. You know what I mean? Another example.
otro ejemplo.
How do you pronounce this? México. Is that the way? ¿Es justo?
Sí,
Es así, más o menos.
pronuncia que México.
305 euros.
305
305 euros. Portugal. I don't know Portugal. I don't know how to pronounce it.
No sé cómo se pronuncia.
I understand. You know, there's some Neapolitan comrades here. Do they know what the old word for oranges was in Neapolitan?
Ah, no, de Nápoles. ¿Saben cuál es la palabra?
At least in my dialect, which is very close to Neapolitan.
Nápoles.
I portuale. You hear? They nod in their heads. I portuale. It's the word for orange. I think there must have been some time in history. The first oranges from Africa came through Portugal.
Las primeras naranjas de
That's the only explanation I can give it.
y es la única.
And then it became the name for oranges.
Y luego,
In Greek, how do you say it in Greek? Portokallia. Isn't that right? Yeah?
y así se le dice en griego.
So anyway, I'm wandering off here.
Volviendo al tema.
Going back to Portugal, the actual country and not the oranges.
El país de verdad y no las
The small group we have there, which promises to become a sizable group,
que tienen
600 euros. Can you see that?
¿Pueden leer esto?
They know I've got my reading glasses on,
¿Saben que tengo las gafas?
and they thought, we're going to test if Fred's glasses work.
Vamos a hacer una prueba si Fred sabe leer.
It's 1,530.
1530.
This is an important contribution, considering what I said before.
Esto es importante.
From the Yugoslav section. What?
Video is ready whenever you want.
Okay. El Salvador,
El
in
Salvador,
Central America,
en Centroamérica,
an important contribution, 25 euros from the comrades. Sébastien,
Sebastián.
le docteur. Où est le docteur?
¿Dónde está el doctor?
Where is he? Where's our doctor comrade? Looking after the COVID patients.
¿Dónde está el atendiendo a los pacientes del COVID?
He has given a further 2,000 euros on top of the 20,000 from France. Thank you very much, comrade.
It's the Eastern region.
Oh, okay. The national question in Britain needs discussing because we have a contribution here from the eastern region of Britain. Is that because the further east you go in Britain, the more likely you are to be Anglo-Saxon?
Es porque mientras más
And therefore they're the only ones that can really eat under that tent.
eres más anglosajón.
The genuine.
Bueno, vamos a ver.
Pascal,
Pascal,
Keelan,
Keelan,
Tasha,
Tasha,
Joe W,
Joe,
Arsalan, very Anglo-Saxon,
anglosajón,
Henry W,
Henry,
Anton,
Anton.
all of them together
Todos ellos combinados.
have given 118 euros each, making 826 euros to be added to the British donation. Seems to be having an effect on Britain. Another contribution, this time from one comrade, Comrade Callum M,
Camarada Callum M.
591 euros.
591
Right, we're going to have a publicity pause where you see the advert.
Una pequeña pausa.
The video is coming.
Para el video de la oficina.
I didn't notice the IS office,
No vi.
or it went too fast. It's a maneuver
Esto es una maniobra
to eliminate the IS comrades.
de eliminar al sí.
Another important contribution from South America, the Chilean group,
Una contribución importante del
250 euros. This is an important one, considering the terrible financial situation this country is in.
considerando la situación financiera en este país.
From the Sri Lankan group,
Del grupo de Sri Lanka.
in cash,
En efectivo.
110 euros. As an Italian, I can say this, from another third world country,
Como italiano puedo decir de otro país del tercer mundo.
the Spanish section.
La sección española.
Ooh. Can somebody organize a safe passage for me,
¿Alguien puede organizar seguridad?
avoiding the Spanish comrades? No, an excellent contribution from the Spanish comrades of 5,400 euros. And here we have a contribution from a French poet.
Aquí hay una contribución de un poeta francés.
It says anonymous, but I think that's not how you spell it in French.
Dice anónimo, pero así
How do you say it in
escribe
French?
francés.
Anonyme? Anonyme.
Anonyme,
Le poète anonyme.
el poeta anónimo.
On top of the 22,000, which the French contribution has become,
De los camaradas.
a further 2,000. And from behind the Iron Curtain, Oh, sorry. That's a time warp. I remember when we had the Iron Curtain.
Lo siento, yo recuerdo cuando teníamos la cortina de acero
From Eastern Europe, from the Polish delegation,
de la sección de la
a total of 300 euros. This country requires mixing a Spanish accent with an Italian accent
Este país requiere mezclar el acento italiano
and speaking with your hands more.
y hablar más con tus manos.
Do you know the joke about the Argentinians tell about Italians,
Tú te sabes el chiste de que
who they
dicen
call
los
Thanos,
sobre los italianos, les dicen
Thanos, right? Their ship was sunk, but the two of them survived, and they swam.
hundió su barco
But-
y solo sobrevivieron dos.
I ruined the joke there. The question is, how did they survive
Pero la cuestión es cómo sobrevivieron
being Italian?
siendo italianos.
By talking and chatting and etc. I have learnt to have a double character.
No aprendí
You know, when I'm on the phone to anybody in English,
doble carácter. Cuando le
it's
hablo a
like,
alguien en inglés,
yeah, okay, thank you, boom. If I'm on the phone to an Italian,
si estoy en el
it's, hey, whoa, hey, and they can tell who I'm talking to. You're talking to the Italians.
saben que le hablo a los italianos.
Anyway, Argentina, I don't know how to say it, 300 US dollars.
$300.
I had an interesting experience last night.
Tuve una experiencia interesante.
Evening, not night. What I do at night is my own business,
Lo que yo hago de noche no
which is usually sleep and snore. But
es dormir igual.
I discovered a new version of the Spanish accent,
Pero descubrí una nueva forma del acento.
the Puerto Rican accent,
El acento de Puerto Rico.
which is tough going.
Es difícil un poco.
But maybe that's also because I'm slightly deaf, I don't know.
Tal vez es porque estoy un poco sordo, no sé.
Puerto Rico, not euros, but dollars.
No, euros, dólares.
$500 from Puerto Rico. Bolivia,
Bolivia.
again, a country whose currency outside the country doesn't amount to much.
Del país.
But as a contribution from a comrade, 20 euros from Bolivia is important. Who is this? Do we know who it is? All right. From Australia.
En Australia.
Do I do a good Australian accent? I don't know. If anybody from Australia is listening in, I apologize.
Para los australianos que están escuchando, perdón.
I don't know why they're giving it in US dollars. Do you not trust the Australian dollar?
Dólar
Anyway.
estadounidense, ¿no confías en tu propio
An
dólar?
excellent contribution from Comrade Edward M.
Una contribución de
400 US dollars.
400.
The Austrian section are making a courageous and glorious attempt
Los austríacos están
to
teniendo
get close to the Swiss.
de intentar llegar a los suizos.
They've added to their contribution
Han añadido a su contribución
an extra 2,405 euros. What is that? A 9. Yeah. They're confusing me by writing a number which is a mix between 9 and 2. Anyway, I think it's 95.
creo que es 95.
¿Dónde está la sección peruana? ¿Dónde está? El peruano. Anyway.
No, it's 25 pounds euros, cash.
25 euros. Okay. It's just, it's not, you see that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah? I'm not inventing it. Okay. It's 25 euros.
25 euros.
Cash from the sección peruana. The Canadians,
Los canadienses,
addition to the original amount,
añadiendo su cantidad original.
is that a signature Oliver L. or is it from Oliver L? Ah, he's the one we need to follow up for the money. Remember that, Oliver. It's a further 3,675 euros from Canada. Another Latin American country, Colombia,
Latinoamericano, Colombia,
an IOU.
un pagaré.
I do know that Colombians that I know pay their IOUs.
Yo sí sé que los colombianos que yo conozco,
Where is the Colombian comrade?
la del camarada,
What will you pay me not to tell them what happened last time we were together?
¿qué harías
Eh?
para no contar?
Anyway, he paid his debt.
Vivimos en un cuarto de hotel.
You can buy me drinks and I can tell you the details.
Si me pagas una bebida, yo te cuento.
75 euros from Colombia. Now this has an IOU with a question mark after it.
Este es un pagaré con un signo de interrogación. Después,
IOUs are dubious by themselves.
estos hacen,
When you add a question mark,
no tienes
I'm sure the comrades will pay this.
Estoy segura que los camaradas van a pagar esto.
From Venezuela,
De Venezuela,
20 euros. Hey! I hope he's looking. I hope he's listening.
espero estés.
Ciao, Vinci. Grazie per gli soldi che si mandato. Sorry, I lost myself there. He's actually Sicilian, so I don't know why I'm speaking in my dialect. But anyway,
Es de Sicilia,
I think he understands me.
dialecto,
A long-standing old comrade
un camarada
who drinks excellent wine from the local winery in Sicily that I know.
le gusta mucho el vino,
He's an excellent cook,
es un,
lives in a fantastic place,
y vive en un lugar
and he sends an IOU
y nos envía un pagaré
of 30 euros.
de 30 euros.
We have a sixth form student from Liverpool
Tenemos un estudiante de secundaria de Liverpool,
called John.
se llama John,
It says here,
y dice
raised by selling RCP keychains he designed and made himself.
recaudados con llaveros del PC.
That's called going back to sort of artisan craftsmanship. Anyway, thank you very much, comrade, because it raised,
Que has recaudado
in pounds,
en libras.
115 pounds.
115.
Now,
Bueno,
the Danish comrades,
los camaradas daneses
having listened carefully to this
han estado
in-depth
escuchando
lead-off,
esta introducción tan profunda
were touched by some important points,
y se conmovieron con unos
and they've added
y han añadido
6,267 euros. I could say the Vikings are coming,
y dicen que los
but the truth is, I always say this to Scandinavians, I don't know if they like
la
it.
verdad es que siempre digo esto de los
The
escándalos.
reasons why we have these terrible British hooligans
La razón por la que tenemos estos
is because they're the descendants of the adventurous Vikings,
es porque son
the Danes and Scandinavians, because they actually left Scandinavia on ships
quienes
It's the softies that stayed behind.
Los débiles que se
That
quedan.
explains present-day Scandinavia.
Y eso explica a la Escandinavia actual.
Am I overstepping the mark here?
Estoy siendo
No,
ofensivo,
it's an
¿verdad?
acceptable joke. Okay.
Sí, pasa la broma.
I can't actually understand this. Martin from Taiwan, is that right?
Ah, Martin de Taiwán, ¿sí?
If you want to read it,
¿Quieres leerlo?
Ji Ming Gong Chan Wan Sui. I can even speak Chinese. Isn't that amazing?
Ni siquiera entiendo el idioma, qué increíble, ¿no?
I think it says 40 euros. Is that right?
Que dice 40.
40 euros. This is a country where every time I go there, they would say, una faccia, una razza.
Este es un país que cada vez
It means one face, one race,
una facha, una
which means
raza,
that Greeks think they look like Italians.
significa que los griegos piensan que se ven como italianos.
And the truth is that a lot of them do look like southern Italians.
La verdad es que algunos de ellos sí se
There was a lot of Greeks stayed in Italy after the fall of the Greeks.
en Italia.
The Greek section of today,
La sección de Grecia de hoy
500 euros. The Canadians, is somebody squeezing the Canadians at the back? You know when you squeeze a rag and get every last drop?
¿Sabes cuando exprimes
And
el
if you want
saco
it,
y
two people do it, it's even better. You get the last. Anyway, we've got a few more drops out of Canada.
no, hay más gotas saliendo de Canadá?
They've added
Han añadido
to the IOU
así pagaré.
to make it, well, I'll tell you what they've added. They've added 3,010 euros to make a total of 40,000 euros in Canada. From a recently formed group of our international,
Formado de la
a very rapidly growing group,
que está creciendo muy rápidamente,
which will, in the next year, be applying to affiliate officially.
que en el próximo año va a aplicar para afiliarse oficialmente.
And most of them still have the euro.
La mayoría de ellos,
Not all of them.
no todos.
So see if your geography and your knowledge of this is, which country, which island still has the euro, but not all of them? Ireland!
¿Qué lugar tiene el euro en una parte y en otra parte? Irlanda.
301 euros. You see, you joke about the Scandinavians,
Te burlas de los
you try to make fools of them,
intentas
and they cough up more money.
te dan dinero.
I'll have to find an even worse joke to make
Tengo que
and
encontrar
increase the money.
más ofensivo. A ver qué pasa.
From the Swedish Watch Party,
De los suecos,
this is, I think, this is in Swedish, SEK, yeah? I don't know what that means in euros.
esto es
It's 5,500 euros. Sorry, Swedish kronas. But that brings the total for Sweden
esto lleva el total de Suecia.
to 48,788. This is a sad one, actually.
Esto es triste.
This is from the family of a comrade in Brazil
De la familia de un camarada en Brasil,
who was tragically killed by a car on the road a few years ago. He was a member of the CC. I remember him he had a fantastic sense of humor.
yo le recuerdo porque tenía
Really nice guy.
excelente.
I remember the first time I went to Brazil, it was very funny,
Recuerdo la primera vez
because he came to pick me up.
me dio mucha risa, me fue a traer al aeropuerto.
And I think it must be, he was used to the old days of the underground in Brazil,
Y creo que estaba
because I was looking for him,
acostumbrado a la clandestinidad,
and he was like just going,
porque yo estaba buscándole y él iba así.
and I thought,
Y yo pensé,
that must be him.
"Fue él".
Chico Lessa and his family are giving 100 euros to the collection in memory of Comrade Chico. Yeah? Okay. The Yugoslavs have added to their collection
La sección de Yugoslavia.
a further 200 euros from Yugoslavia. You know, we use the term Yugoslavia,
Sabe, usamos el término.
and I've seen comments sometimes on social media.
Y vemos a veces comentarios en redes sociales.
Yugoslavia
Yugoslavia.
doesn't exist.
¿Acaso existe?
And it's true.
Y es verdad.
There are several countries now in what was formerly
En lo que
Yugoslavia.
una vez fue Yugoslavia.
But when we come to the question of the national question,
Pero cuando llegamos a la cuestión nacional,
the breakup of Yugoslavia was extremely reactionary.
Yugoslavia fue reaccionario.
It was the consequence of imperialist meddling,
Fue la consecuencia de la intervención imperialista
which then led to the Civil War.
que luego llegó a la guerra civil.
I can remember going to Yugoslavia when we had our first contact.
Yo recuerdo llegar a Yugoslavia cuando tuvimos nuestro primer
In
contacto.
fact, he came to Greece
De hecho, vino a Grecia
on a long bus journey,
en un viaje de bus muy largo.
and I went to Greece to visit the Greek section,
Y yo fui a Grecia a ver a la sección de
but I stayed an extra week,
y me quedé una semana más.
and I spent every day of the second week
Todos los días de la segunda semana
discussing every key question of Marxism.
discutiendo todas las cuestiones claves del marxismo.
And that's how we started the group in what is now the Yugoslav group.
Y comenzamos el grupo de lo que ahora es el grupo de Yugoslavia.
And we got the contact in the middle of the bombing of Yugoslavia, of Serbia, of Belgrade.
En medio de los bombardeos en Yugoslavia.
And I can remember when I visited,
Y recuerdo cuando visitamos,
I was taken, there was a building which had been bombed.
había un edificio que lo habían bombardeado.
I've still got the pictures.
Aún tengo las imágenes.
The top part of the building is destroyed by the NATO bombs,
La mitad del edificio está destruido
bombs bringing democracy and civilization.
por las bombas de la democracia y la civilización.
And I was obviously talking English.
Y a mí me dijeron,
An old lady
una
was walking
señora
past
anciana estaba caminando
and heard me.
y me escuchó
She looked at me.
y me vio.
She said, "You should be ashamed of yourself,
Y me dijo, deberías de
what you did to our country."
por lo que le hiciste a nuestro país.
I did my best to explain that I don't actually agree with that. I'm on the other side of this fight.
No estoy de acuerdo con eso.
But it brought home to me what it meant when countries are bombed.
Pero me hizo descubrir lo que significa cuando se bomba.
But that was the early days of the Yugoslav group.
Estos fueron los días, los primeros
And now it's
días
great to see how we've spread to practically all of the former component parts of what was Yugoslavia.
y ahora es increíble ver cómo esto ha llegado a todas las áreas de lo que solía ser Yugoslavia.
And the comrades will build an organization
Y los camaradas van a construir una
which will recreate the unity of the peoples of the former Yugoslavia.
que va a lograr la unidad.
Now this says,
Esto dice,
anonymous,
anónimo,
please.
por favor.
I'm not going to make a joke about how it's being spelt.
No voy a bromear sobre cómo
But anyway,
pero bueno.
anyway, I won't go any further on that, or I'm going to get into trouble. 2 full-timers at the International Centre
Dos liberados del Centro Internacional
are giving
están donando
£1,000.
1,000 libras.
I don't know how much that is in euros. It's a bit more.
Es un poco más.
Did you know
¿Sabían que?
that if Britain
Sí,
ever decided they wanted to come back into Europe,
decidiera regresar a Europa,
apparently I read one of the conditions would be
una de las condiciones
that this time they'd have to accept the euro.
que esta vez tienen que aceptar el euro.
When you tell them that apparently reduces the number of people who are prepared to come back in.
Eso reduce la
So we still have to continue translating from pounds to euros from the Brits. Comrade from the US.
camarada de Estados Unidos.
Now is this, it must be in English, so it's Gene D. Is that right?
En inglés.
Confirm that? Yeah. $500 US. Sorry?
haven't done so I can view them all and that's the kind of figures.
Is that it?
That's all you're getting. It's got to add up a bit more and then so you've got a bit of time when it adds up.
Right, now I've been told that they're doing a few calculations, so I have to find something to say to keep you all happy and busy. Are there any sections that haven't yet given their contribution, however big or small, as a section?
Tamaño como sección.
So we've got all that in, so I know that, yeah? Any individuals who are prepared to make significant contributions?
¿Que quieren hacer una contribución?
Have you thought about it?
¿Lo han pensado más?
No? Okay. Well, look, I'll fill you in a little bit more on the plans we have, because I gave you the list of expenses,
Les di una lista de los
which as you can see are significant, they're very high,
que como pueden ver es muy alta,
but I'm absolutely confident that the collection is going to cover this,
pero tengo mucha confianza en que vamos a alcanzarla
and it's going to provide the money that we need
el dinero necesario
also to move on the plans we have.
también para seguir adelante con los planes que tenemos.
We need to take on a large number of new full-timers.
Necesitamos un gran número de liberados nuevos.
Some of them have already started or will be starting very soon, let's say.
Algunos de ellos han empezado ya o van a empezar muy pronto.
Comrades who will be helping on the editorial work, the layout work, the
Camaradas
website.
que van a ayudar con el diseño, con el trabajo editorial.
But we also want to develop the structure of the International Center.
Pero también queremos desarrollar la estructura del centro.
We need to start developing departments,
Queremos empezar a desarrollar departamentos
such as regional bureaus,
como buros regionales,
like the Latin American Spanish-speaking part of the world.
como por ejemplo para la parte hispanohablante de Latinoamérica.
I could also use Rob Sewell's definition,
También puedo usar
Anglo-Saxon,
anglo,
but that would reduce somewhat the scope.
pero eso va a reducir un poco.
It's amazing that Rob actually uses that because he's not an Anglo-Saxon.
Y es increíble que Rob lo
He's
use,
Welsh.
no es un anglosajón, es galés.
We could say the Anglophone,
Podríamos
which widens the scope.
para su perspectiva.
That's also a department that needs to be developed.
Ese departamento también tiene que ser desarrollado.
The European sections,
Las secciones,
East European, the Asian sections.
las secciones asiáticas.
You know, we have the amazing Pakistani section.
Sabemos que tenemos esta gran sección en Afganistán.
We have a very small, tiny little toehold in India.
Tenemos un grupo muy pequeño en India.
You know, we have comrades contacts in Bangladesh. We have them in Southeast Asia.
Tenemos contactos, compañeros en
We
Bangladesh,
have
en el sudeste asiático.
the Indonesian comrades.
Tenemos los compañeros de Indonesia.
There's the Arabic language work, which needs to be developed.
Necesitamos desarrollar el trabajo con el mundo árabe.
You know, we have the Marxi.com website.
Y tenemos la página
And-
web marxist.com.
what I said in a previous intervention somewhere, the Fiona interview was reposted in Arabic.
Y ya dije antes que una de las
And as I said, the last time I looked at it, it was 600,000 views.
y tuvo 600.000 visitas.
It is undoubtedly a lot more than that.
Y sin duda mucho más que eso ahora.
Now, when a comrade actually asked me a question
Un compañero me hizo una
in the previous discussions, how do you develop the work in the Arab world?
¿Cómo desarrollamos el trabajo en el mundo árabe?
Well, first of all, it's ideas.
Primero, estas ideas.
Of course, those ideas have got to be translated and published also in Arabic, which we are doing.
Tienen que ser propagadas también en árabe, lo que estamos haciendo,
But it's also by strengthening the existing sections,
pero también fortaleciendo las secciones existentes,
raising the profile,
elevando su perfil
and making ourselves visible
y haciéndonos visibles
to all the angry, radicalized young Arab-speaking youth
para toda la juventud furiosa
and Arabic-speaking workers
en el mundo árabe
who are facing a horrendous situation.
que están enfrentando una situación horrible.
They need to join the Revolutionary Communist International.
Necesitan unirse a la Internacional Comunista Revolucionaria
But you see, raising the profile, such as a figure like Fiona,
y elevando el perfil con
is an important way of making the progress in other parts of the world.
de progresar en otras partes del mundo.
It has been reposted in many parts of the world
Ha sido reposteado en muchas partes del mundo.
because the solidarity with Palestine is a worldwide phenomenon.
Es un fenómeno mundial.
And the position Fiona took in that interview against a hated ex-Tory minister
La posición que tomó Fiona en esa entrevista con esa
has that impact.
conservadora ha tenido un impacto.
So we need to develop the work in all these different areas of the world,
Así que tenemos que desarrollar el trabajo
and we need to find the full-timers to do it.
y tenemos que encontrar los liberados para
That requires more money.
y eso requiere más dinero.
By the way, I want to thank the Swiss comrades for something else.
Además, creo que los compañeros
At the IEC,
la ANC
they spontaneously doubled their international subs.
espontáneamente duplicaron su
They're going to double the amount of money they pay for each comrade to the international. That's a significant increase in the money coming in.
paga cada compañero al internacional. Eso es muy significativo.
You see, you mention the Swedes and they come up with more money.
Mencionas a los
This is signed the true Vikings.
acá está firmado los verdaderos vikingos.
I suppose that means you think you're descended from some of the more violent ones that went across and came back and settled home after doing a few things around Europe. Are you descended from them? Because it says the true Vikings.
Y después volvieron a Escandinavia, y dice los
They have given another 452 euros, which brings the total from the Swedish section to 50,000 euros.
alcanza 15.000 euros para la sección Perdón, 50.000 euros para la sección
This is from a sympathizer who is following us online
Este es un simpatizante que nos está siguiendo en línea
and asked to be able to contribute.
y se le pidió,
And I presume because it's written in Italian,
y presumo que
it's an Italian donation.
es un compañero italiano.
An individual following us online, 30 euros. Now we have the external donations
Ahora tenemos donaciones externas,
from sympathizers
simpatizantes,
who have not yet joined us.
que todavía que aún,
I hope these donations mean they soon will.
y espero que pronto se nos
But from these external donations, an additional 3,770 euros.
unos 3.777.000 euros adicionales.
Now I can tell you something you've all been waiting for.
Y ahora les voy a anunciar,
But thanks to you guys,
agradecer
My perspectives have been proven correct.
mis perspectivas han sido,
Not just correct, but rather conservative.
pero más bien conservadoras.
You see, I have a note here the treasurer gave me, which I can now reveal, that the target was 450,000 euros.
450.000 euros.
And I sat down and I calculated what was missing to reach that target.
Y calculando lo que faltaba para alcanzar esos,
When I calculated that, I thought, my job is to get another 66,000 euros.
es lograr obtener otros 66.000 euros.
Well, I think I can't really claim that I didn't do this.
Ahora pienso que no,
I'm just like, I mean, Ben, he's a rower, right? Don't you have a guy that does no rowing but just shouts? That's me. That's me.
que no rema,
I get a free ride.
yo puedo darle
I sit in front of them
paseo
and I just shout at them
que me siento en
and make sure they're rowing in rhythm.
y me
But you see,
estén remando.
he's the one with the muscles
Él es el musculoso
and I'm the one with the loud mouth.
y yo soy el bullicioso.
But it seems to have worked.
Pero parece que
It takes all sorts to make a team.
se necesita
The rowers
habilidades para
and the shouters.
los remadores y los
You might be able to write that in a book of theory on rowing or something. You have. You're thinking of it. He's thinking of it, yeah. He's going to write a book about rowing. And the other night, a couple of comrades told me I should write my book of jokes. And I said, well, it would definitely be bigger than Sean's cookery book. Where are you, Sean? An English comrade from the northeast of England writes a cookery book full of Italian recipes. I suppose that's a compliment for Italians, eh? He got worried because I was checking the recipes. I think I found one little mistake somewhere, but I won't go into that. But we've gone well over the target, comrades. Very little. If somebody can add another 50 euros,
si alguien puede añadir otros 50
it would be
sería
the last bit, this after the comma, would be, that's the no, it would actually make it 474,000 euros. Hey?
Mariana's put the extra 50 in.
Hey? An anonymous comrade from the International Centre. That reduces the numbers, actually. You can start to investigate and try and find out who it is. There's not many of us. Has added the 50 to make that figure, that round figure. Comrades, I'd like to thank you all. We've reached and gone beyond the target. That's an indication of the confidence of all the comrades in the ideas of this organization. And with this approach, we will achieve what we've set out to achieve. It'll take a lot of hard work, a lot of patient work, a lot of explaining, a lot of education of the cadres, but we will get there, comrades. And this collection, on top of all the others of the past years, confirms that. Thank you very much, comrades. What? Just one thing. They're collecting small change by the doors. So if there's anybody that you can lift upside down and empty his pockets into the box, you're welcome to try. Thank you, comrades. more money keeps coming in. I'm sure we'll update you before the end of this event.
Más tarde en el Congreso vamos a ponerlos aquí.
Sorry? More donations are actually coming in. But anyway.